progress.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in.
I heard
Of course,
recording was in progress.
See, now Zoom changed my daggone thing. It does it every time. Oh, well, it just is what it is. Let me see if we can move this.
It's crazy. It's just when it goes live.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Oh, my gosh. Of course.
Hello, everyone.
Hi,
Welcome.
everybody. Welcome in. And welcome in to the... Oh, good. You can hear us on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Hey, Brian. Welcome to Cybersecurity Foundations, formerly known as Getting Started in Security with BHIS and MITRE ATT&CK. So, same class, kind of. There's probably going to be a little bit of new content, but it's a different name. So, if you need CPE credits, it'll be a different name on your certificate of completion. So,
What's up, Brian?
sorry, no. Hi, Brian.
Hello.
So we will get started right at the top of the hour. So hopefully everybody is got their information on the VM. Just make sure that you don't start it yet because you're going to start burning credits as soon as you do that. So don't do that yet. But the information is over in the resources channel. For those of you that are streaming, joining us via the stream on YouTube, if you need to register, or if you need a certificate of completion, please register in our system, and we will send you a certificate. If you select the $25 option, there's an email address that you can send an email to, and you will get a response back with the discount code to make your registration 0. So just so you know, there is the free option still, but it is, you have to get the discount code. So if you want to join us that way, please do so. Yes. Thank you, Jessie. Jessie's she comes in clutch constantly.
Jessie's wonderful.
She is, absolutely. That's why she was the volunteer of the year.
Yep.
Of the year.
For Wild West Hackenfest.
Yes.
Yes, of the year. I'm sorry, my Zoom completely was something completely different and changed scenes. And if I get up, then I'll probably knock the daggone screen over. So ignore all the stuff behind it. Now people are going to be like screenshotting it and stuff. Hold on. Now I gotta move it. Hold on.
Anybody here having a snow day?
Yeah, it's a good day so far.
Oh, you're having a summer day.
Yeah. That's a little okay. So it blocked off. It'll probably change again to
Welcome back, Megan.
Hey, I'm back. We had a little bit of snow overnight, enough to, cause the kids to be in a 2-hour delay, which is nice for me because I have to wake my son up for high school. And usually it's like 5 something in the morning. So I appreciate the 2-hour delay. Snow things. That's right. I am so over this winter. Have people here been getting a lot of snow? Or like the East Coast has been nuts.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening. Mother Nature's not very happy with us right now. I don't think there's something going on. So
It's not just you folks, Megan. We've been getting some rubbish stuff over here as well.
Putting the Discord link in Zoom resources right now. This channel is an open channel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
So yeah, if you're
It's at the very
joining
top. It's the very first channel you'll see.
Yeah.
Join.
So if you don't see the channels up at the very top, Daryl, are you sharing?
No, I can't. No, hold on.
Scott in the webcast chat, yes, you need
I
to
got
create
the
a Discord
Discord.
account. Okay. So if you can't see the channels when you're in there, if you click the little down arrow next to up at Antisyphon training and make sure you do the show all channels, make sure that that is checked, and that usually will resolve seeing the channels. So because John's channels are open to everybody, so as long as the show all channels is checked, I feel like we're like like flight attendants. Maybe. So John should be joining us in a few minutes. And we will get started again, like we said, right at the top of the hour. So welcome in everybody that's joined us so far. Those of you joining via stream, thanks for joining us via stream. If you need a certificate, please make sure that you register. Jesse posted a link in Discord on how to register. So again, you can use the $25 option and then email the email that's there. I think it's tuitionassistance@antisyphontraining.com, and you'll get the discount code to make it $0. Right as I said that, my internet is unstable. So sorry if I'm cutting in and out. I don't know what. It seems like every time like my auto payment processes, like my internet becomes unstable. See, there we go.
Not exactly a motive to pay your bill.
Right.
Right. At all.
But I don't know if I might just need a new router. I'm not sure.
How old is your modem and router?
It's old.
Is it old? Yeah.
Yeah. So that could
This
be
one
it.
is this one that you brought to the table, or did they
Yes.
you the modem router?
Yes. So I think I just need to get a new one.
Yeah.
I certainly don't want to do that rental deal that you have to do with Xfinity.
What do they have? What do they do? They provide
Well, I mean, you
boxes
can,
and stuff.
yeah, which,
They'll give you one, but you pay for it every month.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah. It's like, nah, I'm good.
No.
So we don't want that. It doesn't look like many people are here joining us yet, but hopefully people will start rolling in. I think that on the invites now, it just says 12. So
I think so, yeah. So
Jesse, do you have Xfinity too? And if there's anybody that works for Xfinity in the chat, please chime in as to why this phenomenon seems to happen. Is it us? All right.
Now, if I was being cynical, I'd suggest that they improve it each day, getting towards your bill. And as soon as they've paid the bill and got your money, it just goes back to normal.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
But that's just
Well,
being
it
cynical.
seems the opposite. It seems like as soon as my payment goes through, that's when it becomes unstable. So, yeah, sadly. Yeah, it's the only option for us too. Yeah, us country folks, there's one option if we don't want to go with satellite internet, which I'm not going to do. So they definitely have the monopoly in this area. So, what'd you guys do this weekend? Anything fun? I did.
I don't want to say it out loud. So
Okay.
people jealous.
Oh, did you like do something in the sun?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet. You go to the beach or something.
It's related
Yeah.
to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like rainy, and I think I binge watched shows, and that was about it.
Yeah, I had kids sports all weekend. Kids had basketball and soccer. So
Oh, that's so
yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
I used to love going to Anthony's basketball games, but he's not, he would play Parks and Rec and he didn't want to sign up this year. So I'm hoping to maybe get him to do it in the spring. He's been going over to the Y and just playing over there. You didn't touch your computer all weekend, Jesse. That's amazing. Good. Spendy, but allegedly worth it. Allegedly, Ched, do you know this to be a factual statement? Allegedly. Purportedly.
I don't think Ched would try to upset you though, Megan, so
Well, he said allegedly worth it, so I don't think he actually uses it. So,
Worth the cheese.
yeah. Is it worth the cheddar? That's what we need to know.
reach out to systems and ask them to send you one.
That's a good idea. Maybe I should. It's what the people say. The people.
Which people?
Yeah. The computer people.
The ones who want to hack into our system people?
Yeah.
Or
Rather.
the other people?
But the rumor is that Nighthawk brand is the best. Okay. All right. Well, maybe I'll look into that. So hopefully it will stay stable enough just for our little pre-show banter here. But hey,
All right.
Ryan, don't we have something free coming up?
I believe we have a whole summit coming up.
Hey, let's talk about the summit. You want
All right,
to?
we can talk about the summit.
Yeah. Let me get. Do you have a link? Does somebody have a link?
I can
So with the summit, because I haven't gone to any of the meetings yet, but we do have a SOC summit coming up March 25th. And it's going to deal with all the, obviously SOC concerns. So blue team stuff. It's a free 6-hour live virtual event. And it gives you like what it is like what it's really like to work in a SOC. There's already, a couple
lot of talk.
Some people register for it, aren't there, Ryan? Or almost 2,000?
We're over 2,700 people registered. Over that number. And we want to quote unquote sell out.
Yeah.
So we want everybody to sign up.
Nice.
And sell us out.
And so
great.
Yeah. And Jesse posted the link to register. After the summit, we're going to have some paid training as well after it, including John's SOC core skills class, which will be April 6th through the 9th. But there are a number of trainings that are going to be going on over a couple week period after the SOC summit. We're doing it a little bit differently. We used to just do the SOC summit one day or whatever summit, whatever the subject was. And then following that, we would do 2 days of paid training. But we've kind of staggered it out this time.
Yeah.
So I think that's a cool concept.
That is. I like that a lot, actually.
From people who said they wanted to take multiple classes and they couldn't.
Right.
They were all the same day. So
right.
We spread it out a little bit to make that easier.
Yeah.
For those who want that. But you don't have to sign up for everything.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there is some paid stuff, and there is some pay what you can stuff. But yeah, the people that we have training in the classes are just amazing instructors. So, I mean, we're a little biased,
some
but
of them have taught.
There are colleagues and friends.
Talk day. So
yeah,
at least I know of at least 2 of the instructors for the SOC related classes are doing a talk on the talk day for the summit.
Yeah, it looks like
We got Hayden.
Patterson is going to be having a talk. There's another person in chat that's going to be having a talk. I don't want to know if they want me to call them out. But and
cheesy.
Yeah, that would be cheesy. And Troy Wojwoda, he's an amazing instructor. And let's see, I'm kind of scrolling back and forth to see who's actually in it. So I think that looks like about it. It's going to be that actually has a talk and then a training afterwards. But Patterson he's a really great instructor too. Yes, more excellent training with John Strand. Absolutely. There he is. Self-promotion. We love it. I did what embarrass you. So, yes, Ted.
Promote what it was.
Yeah. We're excited to have you join us for a talk. Yay. Another thing, Ryan, so I've been doing these calls with our Black Hills customers and stuff, and letting them know about all of our free resources and those kinds of, hey, John.
Hey.
All of those kinds of things. And so there's a lot of stuff Ryan's been working on with the security stadium. We'll make sure to post a link for that. We usually do a webcast at least once a week, if not 3. So on Wednesdays, we usually have an Anticast webcast. On Thursdays, it's usually a Black Hills webcast. And on Fridays, we've been doing some threat hunting, Fireside Friday webcasts. And we've got podcasts. I mean, there's so many cool free things that we're offering the community. And if you don't catch the live, the live webcast, then we always post it on our YouTube channels. So join all of the free things. How are you today, John?
I am doing good. I'm just running behind.
It's okay.
Trying to get the slides and everything loaded up.
All right. Sounds good.
There they go. All right, slides are loaded. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Do not see your slides though if you're trying to share.
No, I think he's
just in Discord.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what he meant.
Keep going. I'm just running behind.
It's okay. So, I just wanted to make sure that, people that join us for these free classes, that you guys know about all of the free things, and, joining the Black Hills Discord server and our Discord server, obviously, and Wild West Hack and Fest is another fun Discord that we have. And we just wrapped up our Mile High event in Denver. And we already have our Wild West Hack and Fest Deadwood 2026 up and ready for registration. So please make sure that you check that out. That sells out pretty quickly. So if you think you may be interested in it, definitely get registered for that event. We got a lot of cool classes, and we've got our call for papers, and our call for volunteers should be up here soon. I'm thinking within the next couple of weeks or so. And we will be getting I'm sure, a really cool lineup. But I think the coolest thing about Deadwood is the Chuck Wagon dinner. I just think it's so cool to see the cowboys come up and have their, the way they cook the steaks, and it's just so cool. So that's my favorite thing, is the food. And you can ride the mechanical bull before or after you eat. I would say either way, It's
Maybe before you eat.
yeah.
What's the normal time somebody can ride that bull for?
How long?
It's people because it's our mechanical bull. So, I think people that actually make you pay to ride their mechanical bull, they want you off as fast as possible so they can get the next paying customer. But we're like super gentle with our mechanical bull, unless people ask and they want to go really fast and stuff. But
They always
Yeah.
say that, but they never really do want to do
Yeah.
that. Like,
right.
it always
Not,
seems a good idea.
falling as an adult is not fun. It's not. There's even
No.
though it's like all
No, it's not.
cushioned, it's all cushioned around it, like like a jumpy house. Even jumpy houses as an adult, they're really not fun. We rented one for my niece's like third birthday, I think. And we as the adults, we were like, okay, all you kids, get out of here. We're gonna jump around. And it was awful. I was like, get me out of this thing. This is not fun at all.
Oh, my back, my bones.
Yeah. You don't have that cartilage like, in between your bones. It's just not fun. So, where are you joining us from, John?
I am in Bozeman, Montana.
Oh,
So,
nice. So you're up there with your kiddos, the
yeah,
stranded.
I'm hanging
So
out.
you're stranded.
I'm stranded. And
People probably don't understand that reference, but last class there was everything. Everything was strand and wait, plays on.
stranded beef,
Yeah.
stranded aviation, and stranded plowing.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I actually saw this in Discord the other day, so hopefully I'll get it to load.
yeah, I just found out that SANS has a cybersecurity foundations class. So we've got to change the name again, guys.
Oh,
No, do we really?
It's so hard to find.
What do we call it? But maybe we should put fun cybersecurity foundation.
People like fun.
Yeah. It's fun to have fun. You just got to know how.
Yeah. Even though they're like, it's perfectly fine that they did this name. I don't think they trademarked it. So, yeah.
It's
just
Monday,
don't-
John.
It is. It's Monday. Hi, everybody.
Yeah. Monday, all day.
Just send Sans a cease and desist for the name.
I think they had it
No.
first, though. I'm not going to do that. Like,
Yeah. We don't like to poke bears. We like to play nice in the sandbox. We can just call it
I think we should just call it a gentle
fundamentals.
security. Why don't we just do that?
What?
A gentle, caring intro to security.
Yeah. Yes. I doubt anybody else is going to name their class that. But people, when they submit their credits, they're going to be like, what was this? Like some
What
sort
is
of
this?
freaking cybersecurity therapy session? This maps to the, this part of my certification.
The fundamentals,
Yeah.
like that one. I think that's what you were kind of getting at there too.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. So yeah, that was a little bit of stress this morning when I saw that. I'm
We'll
like,
come up
"God
with
damn
a different name.
We
We always
will.
do.
Oh,
We'll figure it out.
there we go. And this is intro to security, right? Or security
This
fundamentals.
this is Cybersecurity Foundations, previously known as Getting Started.
Wait a minute. Cybersecurity foundations. Is that SANS? Do they have?
I don't know.
Or is it fundamentals?
I don't know.
Mm.
You
Because-
told us.
They just have foundations. This is their 275 class, SANS foundations. But
Well, what
they
is
call
that?
it SANS found. I don't know. Maybe we'll.
Master the fundamentals.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Should we do fundamentals?
So this is the previous getting started in security with BHIS and MITRE ATT&CK, which is the second class in your trio of
You know what?
fun classes.
Screw it. We're just going to ask the Discord community to do our work for us.
That's a good idea.
You
What
all
y'all
help
think?
us come up with a name.
Yeah. So that we have SOC core skills.
Yep. Which makes
That's
sense. We
one of
could call it InfoSec core skills.
maybe. And then we just changed this name from getting started in security with BHIS and MITRE ATT&CK to Cybersecurity Foundations. And then, of course, we have active defense and cyber deception. Nobody's ever going to take that name. So,
Yeah, we could just call it, because it's a SOC core skills. This could be InfoSec core skills. Maybe we do that. I don't know. Let's try to get the Discord people going.
Yeah. And Discord, tell us like if, what name for the different classes resonates more, that we can, like, somebody looking at the classes on our catalog, they'll be like, oh, this is what I'm going to learn, to get more people in to the classes. Yeah. Maybe the names are intimidating. You never know.
Well, getting started in security, I don't know. We were trying to roll it with MITRE for a while, and because everything had to be associated with MITRE. And that was our idea initially. And I don't want to say that MITRE is less than it was. In some ways it might be more, but I think just by the fact that it's so huge now, that creates a different set of problems, because MITRE is like the attack defend frameworks, it's the shield framework or the engage framework. So there's a lot more going on with MITRE, because this is not, at the original part, it was kind of a MITRE class, but now there's so much, it's not a MITRE class, honestly. So we'll come up with the name. I had Lydia start. She's the one that brought it to my attention on Teams. So we'll keep working on it.
Okay.
Now with 100% MITRE ATT&CK mapping on that. So
well, do you want to go ahead and share your screen? Make sure
can
before we get rolling here, because you got about a minute. Hey, there's Meta CTF. See, it is a sharing intro to security.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Slides.
Yeah, you're good.
Seems like it.
Switched it. Yeah.
Right.
Seems like we are good and ready to roll.
So don't have any V8 though.
Oh,
you don't, John. You need to get.
We've not got that sponsorship yet.
No, we haven't. Brian.
Listen, we should start every day.
We're working
on that sponsorship, because I don't think there's anybody else in the United States, and definitely in the world, that drinks low sodium V8 as much as you do.
No, probably not.
I bet you if they drew blood, like, it would be low sodium
bleed red. No, wait, that's I bleed high in vitamin C and essential minerals needed through the day. Get straight, V8. I don't know.
Yeah, they'd be like, oh my gosh, look at all the vitamins and minerals in this dude's blood.
Well, that explains the blood pressure.
All right, are you ready?
Let's do it. See, we can't call it security essentials. So Iron Monkus is like, security essentials? No. We can't. So if you're here, we're trying to come up with a new name for this class, because originally we kind of getting away from MITRE, and then we switched over to like InfoSec Foundations, and apparently SANS has a class with that name, because we were trying to avoid security essentials, because I don't want to interfere with that. Brian and the people that are working on that class are flipping amazing, and it goes all the way back to Eric Cole. It's kind of like, I don't have a class that's like hacker techniques, exploits, and incident handling, because that mantle's taken, right? So trying to find names that don't create confusion is going to be somewhat difficult, and we've got to come up with a new name. And by the way, there are no bad ideas, so we just got to make sure that we're staying away from something else that is trademarked or being used by another organization, which is really hard in this, like, the V8 security introduction class. I don't know. We just got to come up with something. But you are all here today, and I greatly appreciate you all attending. And I guess maybe we can just call it a gentle caring intro to security, which doesn't map real well over to like DoD roles. which is slightly problematic, right? Because it's part of the reason why we got to come up with these names, because we're selling a whole bunch of shit to the Department of Defense. We'll get there. We'll get there. But if you can come up with a good name for an introductory to security class, that would be great. I'm kind of leaning towards InfoSec core skills. So we have SOC core skills and InfoSec core skills. But let me know what you think, and like get crazy with it. Just as long as, SANS doesn't have a class with that name, would be really, really, really good. As I'm sure there's people from SANS now scrambling to trademark every introduction to security class they can. So let's get rolling. So here we go. We want to give a big thanks to the Cyber Call. There are some of the people that help us out with that. I don't know if anybody out there has are you from an MSP, or have you ever been from an MSSP or working at an MSSP? If you could join our Discord server, which I have over here, if you could join our Discord server and just type in MSSP, that would be awesome. We greatly appreciate our MSSP brothers and sisters coming and being part of this training class, because we're trying to level up as much as we can with that, with Andrew Morgan and all the stuff that's going on there. Also, these are some of the companies that have supported us in the past. We have Blackpoint, we have Ninja, Datto, Cisco, ConnectWise, Huntress, Pax8, Scout, Sophos, ThreatLocker, and True Methods. That there's some of the people that have supported this particular initiative. We also, Barricade Cyber, we're going to give a special call out to them, but we're going to get right into the class. So what is this class? All right, well, so this particular class, the way that we structured and we set it up, was this course is meant to be a bootstrap security class. The idea that you come into computer security and you have no idea where to begin. And if you pick up a book on the CISSP, or you go take other classes and you look at some of these things, it's really convoluted, right? If you look at some of the common bodies of knowledge in computer security, you know what? Let's have some fun. Let's do it. All right. So if I were to go to the web and let's go CISSP CBK, like that, we've got what is the CBK? What do they have? And there's a lot of good stuff out there. When we're talking about the common body of knowledge as it relates to ISC squared, which clearly this website doesn't list out the common body of knowledge. This is their website. Okay. That's not helpful. ISC squared. It's not helpful at all. There we go. And let me see if I can find it. The domains. Okay. We have all these different domains, and they're important, right? Security and risk management, asset security, security engineering, communications, network security, identity and access management, security assessment and testing, operations, software development. We have all of these different things that make up the common body of knowledge. The problem is that this is kind of a little bit higher level. Now, you have people that say that, computer security CBK should be the beginning. And honestly, ISC squared never set up the CISSP to be an introductory level class. That's a certification. It was meant for somebody that had 10 years working in this concept and in this field to be able to get started in computer security, or being effective at it as an engineer working at this level. Once again, the problem is, if you don't know what the hell it means with business continuity or risk management, communications and network security, you're kind of screwed, right? This isn't a starting place, right? This is kind of a mid-level tier cert for getting people moving forward in their career. And it's awesome from a taxonomy perspective. You also have classes that are getting started in new security classes that are going to get you started in crypto models, right? You're going to be like, what's the difference between a stream cipher and a block cipher? What are the different modes for AES? What is the difference between chaining block mode and, all these other modes that exist? That is I'm going to be completely clear. Other than teaching those, I've never once used those. That's just kind of not true, but I've never once used those. I've never sat down and been like, okay, what are we doing here with stream modes? And I need to crack this crypto. And then really a lot of information security, when it started with people that were in the field, that were already mathematics, and they were academically inclined. And they honestly didn't know what the hell they were doing when they started. They did the best they could, but when you're looking at what academic is talking about and what reality is, they're two completely different things. So we wanted to create a class that was bootstrapped, but not putting in a bunch of stupid crap that you really don't need to defend your networks against attackers. Crap that becomes very important later as you're trying to mature your organization. But if you're trying to jump and bootstrap, No, you don't need those things. So we're going to be going through like what are the core things that are required to defend a network, right? So we're going to be going over 11 different topics, and we're going to be focusing on what works and how this all got started. And the way that this got started is my brother Brian Strand and I, we were sitting down at a conference in San Diego with another training organization, and we were sitting around and we popped open a napkin because all the best ideas in the world start with napkins. And we started writing out like what were the top things, because my brother was like trying to get his head around this, and he's like, what are the top things that are going to stop BHIS? Like, as far as pen testers breaking into an organization, what are the top 10 things that are going to shut BHIS down? And I thought that that was a really novel question, right? And that kind of gave us what we call the atomic controls, and he has a class on that. But it boils down to these are the 10 things that work right here. 10 things plus backup and recovery. So things like application allow listing, password controls, egress traffic analysis, UEBA, advanced endpoint protection, logging, proper logging. We're going to get to that. Host-based firewalls, internet allow listing, vulnerability management, Active Directory hardening. These are the 10 things that I see organizations implement well and make our lives difficult, right? We get lost all of the time, and I don't kind of crap on academics because I just spent a whole bunch of time working with a bunch of academics, and it's maddening, right? Like, I've had conversations with my wife, I've had conversations with universities where they're like, John, what if you retired and you were just a college professor? And I honestly look at working at a university as like sitting in a car and making vroom vroom noises, but the car isn't actually going anywhere, right? And you sit around with a bunch of academics in this car not going anywhere, and they pontificate on what driving a car is like, and none of them are really driving a car, and that drives me insane, right? So once again, that's kind of crapping on some academics. Trust me, adjunct professors, there's a lot of great professors out there, but a lot of them are kind of caught in their own head, right? And they come up with these weird mathematical models, and none of it matters to trying to secure a network. It just doesn't, right? So what I wanted to do is create something that was absolutely practical in it as well. So if we're looking at these things, if you implement these things, you're going to shut down attackers in your environment. Now, does that mean that you don't have to do user awareness training? No, you're still going to need to do user awareness training. Does that mean that you don't have to do asset and inventory management? No, you're still going to want to do that. But these technologies and these techniques, they can assist with those other things, right? These become the foundational bedrock things that you build the rest of your security program on. Let me give you an example. We're going to get to the CIS controls here in just a little bit. But if we looked at how, actually, screw it, hold that thought. I'm going to get back to it when we get to the CIS controls. We're going to get into that a lot deeper. So just stick with me, right? So this isn't going to be an introduction to Windows. It isn't going to be an introduction to Linux or TCP/IP or crypto or security models or the CBK or the NIST 800 series. Not going to cover DLP because that crap never works. We're not going to get into the exploit du jour because what we're trying to do is we're trying to establish what are the evergreen conceptual processes and procedures that you should have in your organization that are always going to work. Right? And almost anything that you do in computer security is going to be built upon the foundation of the things in this class. I don't give a crap what framework you're working in. If you implement the things in this class, you're going to be knocking out 80% of what those frameworks require. NIST 800, yeah, if you do these things, you're going to be knocking out a bunch of them. You're going to try to do CIS. Trust me, you're going to be knocking out a bunch of them by doing these things as well. These are the fundamental core things that you should be doing in your organization to lock things down. So how we got to this point, right? We started tracking vulnerabilities in our pen tests, like taking a finding and what that finding did, and then how often we saw that finding, the criticality of that finding, and then what was the defensive approach that would have stopped that finding from showing up in this report, right? And it's now over like 750 assessments per year, offensive assessments against organizations. And we started tracking what would have stopped us. And we're going to base as much as we can in this class on what actually works. And once again, this took a little bit of unlearning because I helped create a couple of the different frameworks, and some of the assumptions that I had were wrong. whenever I started those assumptions. We'll also be tying it to MITRE, even though I said it's somewhat problematic because everything by law needs to be tighter to MITRE. There we go. It's been that kind of morning, folks, right? So I want to talk about compliance and the critical controls. And I've got a bunch of slides here, but I'm just going to go to this website. Let's go to let's go to the navigator right here. And I'm going to share this in our Discord server like so. I'm going to put it in resources and I'm going to put it in the main communication. There we go with everybody. There we have it. So when we created the CIS controls, and they were originally the SANS critical controls, the whole concept around creating the controls was trying to come up with things that actually were effective. Like anytime we're talking about any of the controls, there was a conversation around, did this actually stop a pen test? Have we seen this used in an incident, or did it stop an attacker? And it was one of the things that Alan Poller, the founder of the SANS Institute, was really heavily focused on when he set it up. And it drove us as a North Star. And it continued after it got rolled out of the SANS Institute, got rolled into the Center for Internet Security, who's been doing a fantastic job with it ever since then. It's been one of those guiding light principles. And a lot of the arguments about CIS and implementation groups, I feel, are just kind of like conversations around the edges. The core holds. The core holds. But I want to show you some thought processes, okay? When we started this whole entire thing, right? We started with the first two controls. I remember I was working with Eric Cole predominantly and Ed Scotus, and then, James Taralla and a bunch of other people were working very, very heavily on it. And Kelly Taralla, some amazing people working on it. And everybody pretty much unanimously agreed that these two controls were the foundational controls that everyone needed to implement. Inventory and control of assets and for the enterprise for software and hardware. Right. And the thought process around this was these two things are first because you should do them first, and everything else is based upon that. We were freaking wrong. Okay. I want to make that very, very, very clear. We were wrong. And the reason why we were wrong is a lot of organizations try to implement these in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on. And if you start with this, you're starting with one of the most fundamentally difficult controls to implement in your organization, and it's almost impossible to get 100% correct. It is, because your software is constantly in flux. Your hardware is constantly in flux. You should definitely start this, but you can implement it using the 10 things that I laid out effectively as a starting point. So you shouldn't start with these things at the expense of everything else, because you're going to get hacked and it's going to hurt. And I've seen organizations that started this way, right? We're going to inventory everything before we try to secure anything. And 3 months later, they're like, nope, we still haven't gotten there. That's where, perfection becomes the enemy of good with computer security. You should start with this. You should be doing this, but you need to understand that if we go back to these slides, there are things that we do here that'll help with that. Right? So if we're doing application allow listing, we're reducing the total amount of applications that exist in the organization and that are allowed. It makes inventory of software assets easier. If we're doing egress traffic analysis, we can fingerprint a lot of the hardware and the software assets in our organizations based on user agent string. That helps with this. If we are doing vulnerability management and we're scanning with Nessus, that's going to create a vulnerability, or it's going to create an inventory library as part of doing that. My point is, starting with these things that I have on this slide actually helps you with critical controls 1 and 2. I hope that makes sense, right? So it's not an issue of like, well, we're going to do these things or we're going to ignore inventory. No, inventory is baked into these things, at least as a starting point. And then after you get that starting point, pulling it all together, correlating, fusing the information, and then building it out with an asset inventory tool becomes a lot easier at that particular point. So when I'm talking about this stuff as a problem, it is because people get hung up right? They get hung up on perfection and trying to do these things in the proper order, and it screws with everything in your organization. So if I'm ignoring inventory, I'm not, because inventory is going to be baked into vulnerability management, application allow listing, and advanced endpoint protection and EDR. Those will literally be the tools that you'll be generating your inventory with and that data to meet these, right? So if we're maintaining a detailed asset inventory, yeah, you're going to get that data out of your vulnerability scan. You're going to get that data out of the EDR data. You're going to get that data on your egress traffic. You're going to be able to pull that down as well. We can also talk about bring your own devices a little bit later, but usually that would be a segmented network, right? We're talking about data protection. Once again, I think data protection is fundamentally important, especially if you're looking at an incident or you're looking at an HR issue in an organization. But do these first. Do these first. Get this locked in, then circle back around to data protection, right? Then you can do it. Also, there's a bunch of things in the cloud that can help with that as well. Secure configuration, awesome. We can do that in vulnerability management, right? We can absolutely do that appropriately. Account management, we'll talk about password controls and things of that nature. But when we're talking about the critical controls, you have this amazing tool. And this amazing tool allows you to automatically do the mapping that you're looking for, right? So this really turns the Center for Internet Security into a Rosetta Stone, right? Where I have Cloud Security Alliance, I have HIPAA, I have National Cybersecurity Center, New Zealand. Hey, Brian, Information Security Manual. We have the NIST 800-171. We have TSA for transport. We have this one, right? Transport Security Administration. So you can do this mapping from the CIS controls. So if you use CIS controls as your main point, it becomes easy for you to map it over to any other frameworks that are important for your organization, right? So you can take these controls and you can select them, right? I can go through and select the ones that are important to me, right? And then you can actually go through and you can see how that tracks to the critical controls, and then which sub controls are part of that, and it'll break down how that control works with that as well. So it works out really, really, really well. Okay. So very, very, very good framework for you to be working with. And once again, it's not in contention with what we're doing here. We're actually building that foundation, right? We're trying to build that foundation. So what we're doing on this as well, right, is we're trying to get away from the far too many frameworks problem, right? If we can map it to CIS, we have that mapping that is automatically done, and we can see this right here that's available, and we can map it, and it'll tell us which of these controls are referenced in that particular set of frameworks. So we can tie that, like HIPAA, right? Like I can go through and just remove everything but HIPAA. If I go down and reset selection, there we go. If I go down, it's going to tell me which of these controls are applicable to HIPAA and how that actually works and how that interlaces with the Center for Internet Security on that as well. Also, a lot of the recommendations get out of date quickly. One of the things that the CIS group tries to do very, very hard is they're trying very hard to make their recommendations and the controls more evergreen, right? Like you don't want to ever see a control that says you're going to patch against a Fortinet vulnerability that came out last week. And this gets into one of my gripes against CISA, right? If you look at CISA, they've gotten into this game of the commonly exploited vulnerabilities that they have out there. So let me do this real quick. What is it? They have this exploited vulnerabilities catalog, and they have this list, right? And the trap that they ran into, and I think that they are absolutely in right now, is a lot of organizations, especially in the government, they basically just try to focus on these particular vulnerabilities, right? And this is something that, once again, CIS was trying to avoid, right? They didn't want to get into the game of chasing individual vulnerabilities. And CISA started doing this a long, long, long time ago. And as I said, I believe it to be a mistake. And the reason why is because if organizations just focus on these vulnerabilities, they think that they're safe. When the reality of the situation is the attackers will go after any and all vulnerabilities that are available to them. They're not just going to be going after these specific vulnerabilities. And I think it oversimplified the concept of what vulnerability analysis is and was to just a handful of the most recently exploited vulnerabilities. And we're going to talk about vulnerability management and how we do vulnerability analysis a little bit later on this as well, right? But this is a problem that CIS tried to avoid. And I think they did so very successfully because you don't want to get into a situation where you have to be focused on just the exploit du jour. You have to have policies, processes, and procedures for dealing with vulnerabilities. So let me explain what that is. So a policy, MITRE is just an organization. They're a quasi-governmental organization that helps with security. So if you look at it, if I have a policy, I have a policy of I bake pies, right? That's my policy. My process is the recipe. The process is, you're going to turn on the oven, you're going to set it to 350, you're going to mix this stuff and this stuff and this stuff. You're going to grease your pan, you're going to put it in a grease pan, you're going to put it in the oven. Your procedures are detailed instructions on how to use an oven, how to use a mixer, how to use the rolling pin. So you have policies, processes, and procedures, right? And you don't want to get too caught up in quickly defining all of the different procedures that exist in an organization and not focusing on the overarching theme. So a better way to look at it would be our policy is we're going to do vulnerability management. Our process would be we're going to run vulnerability analysis tools. We're going to look at the criticality associated with these tools as it relates to our organization. And our procedures are detailed step-by-step instructions on how to use our tools. If we jump straight to we need to patch Windows improper privilege management. Oh, we need to do Windows Microsoft shell protection failure. We need to do Microsoft null pointer deference vulnerability. We need to do Microsoft MS-HTML framework protection mechanism. And we're jumping to each of these vulnerabilities. Then we're ignoring all of the other critical vulnerabilities that may still arise in our organization that just aren't at the clipping level that CISA has written alert for it. So our vulnerability management needs to have the policies, processes, and procedures to encompass this, but also encompass other vulnerabilities and other different services that you have out there as well. An example of where things kind of go south with these standards. I have trouble finding the Green Book, the old school NIST Green Book, 1985. See if I can find it. See if I can get it here. Oh my God, this is like the original hardcore. Look at this, folks. Nice. That's pretty hardcore. But at any rate, when we're looking at the NIST Green Books, and if somebody can find me the link, that would be awesome because I'm trying to go to the actual text associated with it. This might be it, actually. An example of like how we didn't know what we were doing back in the day is they were coming up with very, very specific guidance and standards for how to do computer security without even really thinking about what the overall impact would be moving forward in the future. So you have the Department of Defense Password Management Guideline, which is the NIST Green Book, and it was released in 1985, right? So if I do a search for days in this particular document, right? I get these like weird sections where it's like L is set for 6 months and 12 months. P is set for 1 in 1 million, an acceptable probability of guessing a password. And R is set at 8.5 guesses per minute. The guess rate possible with a 300 baud modem. At 8.5 guesses per minute, the number of guesses per day would be 12,240. And then we have some math here. And then down at the bottom, they say the maximum length for passwords, maximum life for passwords based on its lengths will be 6, 12, and 21 based on 26 character alphabet and 36 character alphabet. This was highly specific guidance, right? This was highly specific guidance that was given in 1985. And it proceeded to get itself linked into other security frameworks for years. And once again, that's what CIS is trying to avoid. So an example would be PCI. They just changed this like last year. If we do password complexity requirements for PCI, they now say 12 characters, but they just changed that within the last few years. And they also still have a carve out exception that says the minimum is 8 characters if the system doesn't support 12. And by the way, 12 is bad. Like it's still bad for a lot of different password cracking systems that are out there as well. Let's do the old ones. These are the ones back before last year, up until PCI 4, which I just showed you went into effect last year. So it went from 1985, right? So if we look at the NIST Green Book series, right? We have 1985. They said that the password complexity for a password should be 8 or 9 characters. In 1985, NIST put this out. And up until last year, NIST was like, no, 8's a bit too rich for our blood, y'all. We think we should basically dial it back to maybe we should dial it back to 7 characters. And they kept it at 7 characters up until version 4, which went into full effect, I think, early last year. So when we're looking at compliance standards, right, we can't get too specific in how we implement those compliance standards because we get into like all kinds of issues with like the password length is a good example. And then organizations just focusing on how they can go about just meeting the minimum. We also have the audit scripts. I think Jesse shared this out as well. Audit scripts has all kinds of really, really cool. Yeah, I've got it plugged in, but it doesn't like my let me see if I can get it to charge faster with my charger. I have too many things plugged in maybe. But I'm going to go get a different charger here for sure. So I will get that resonating here in just a second. And audit scripts and James Tarallo is currently running this and doing a great job with it as well. So good spreadsheets to help make this effective in your organization. Go check them out. All right. Spent a lot of time talking about this. So the next thing that we're going to talk about as it relates to the critical controls in MITRE is we go to MITRE attack framework right here. This is MITRE attack. And this is a taxonomy for all the different attack methodologies and techniques that are seen today. All right. And it is pretty robust. It used to be a lot smaller. It's getting more and more robust as time goes on. And one of the other issues I have with organizations when they're trying to deal with MITRE is they're trying to get into the game of, can we detect this one? 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 And some of these have like 5 different techniques associated with it, multiple different tools. And we're back to that chasing tails. Instead, what if we focused on how do you shut down entire categories of attacks? So an example would be for extrusion detection, watching traffic leaving your environment. What if maybe we did something like Rita and Zeek, and we did it intelligently, and we could shut down that entire category? Not with a specific signature-based tool, but unilaterally via our architecture. What if initial access could be shut down by like shutting down 98% of the attacks that are out there just by doing application allow listing? See, that's what I'm going to be focused on in this class. How can we unilaterally shut down entire categories of attacks in one simple architectural solution in our environment, rather than trying to write individual signatures for each one of these things? So that's the other thing that we're going to be focusing on as well, to try to shut down these broad categories without getting into specific tools. And the first thing that we're going to start with is application allow listing. So whenever I mention application allow listing, you all like, why do you think application allow listing would be quote unquote hard? Because a lot of organizations are terrified of application allow listing. A lot of people that are starting out in computer security are terrified of application allow listing. Why would you, let me scroll down to the bottom. We got a bunch of different people typing on Discord. Why would you be afraid of application allow listing? We got culling, we got food bark, resonating. Yeah, trying to catch all the applications would be difficult, right? Trying to do that. Bunch of people are writing up, a thesis on that. Tedious process, right? So many applications, a lot of requests coming in different apps. So you're all 100% correct and you're all wrong. I know that seems weird, Users get personally offended, right? These are all true statements and incorrect at the exact same time. Let me explain. If we were trying to do application allow listing, and we were trying to do application allow listing where we were getting security professionals together and going through each individual application, we're going up to the executives, right? Going through and saying, well, we're going to allow putty. Are we going to allow putty? What about Notepad++? Oh, well, that had a vulnerability that was on CISA's exploited database. We better not allow that one. And you have all of these different things. Think of the amount of time it would take to try to manage that. It would be miserable, right? That's why I'm saying you're 100% correct. So what humans do is they try to do deny lists instead, working under the illusion that this is going to be more effective, that this is going to be quote unquote easier to do. So let's talk a little bit about deny lists, why it fails. We're going to feed into the application allow listing. So first and foremost, application allow listing, deny listing was never a good idea. It just wasn't, right? But it's how humans think. So if you think about it, let's go back to Ugg and Thug. Let's go back to the caveman days, way, way, way back. We have Ugg and Thug. They're selling car insurance or any type of insurance. So easy a caveman to do it. But Ugg and Thug are walking down a path, and Ugg sees a mushroom and looks at Thug and says, "Thug, eat that mushroom." Thug's like, "I'm not eating that mushroom. I'm not going to eat that mushroom. That's ridiculous. Why would I eat that mushroom?" And Ugg's like, "Come on, man, you got to eat the mushroom." And it had to have been two dudes. It had to have been. Thug's like, "I'm not going to eat the mushroom." So Ugg says, "I double dog dare you," or whatever the caveman equivalent of "I double dog dare you" was. And Thug's like, "It's on now. Now I have to eat that mushroom." Picks up the mushroom, pops it in his mouth, and dies a horrible death, like foaming at the mouth, bleeding out of his eyes, his hair's on fire. It's really a horrible death. And from that point forth, Ugg and the tribe sing the song of Thug the Idiot. And I'm translating from Caveman, but it goes something like, "Thug the Idiot ate the mushroom. The mushroom was purple and it had these yellow stripes. We don't eat that mushroom with the purple stripes and yellow stuff because you're going to die with horrible diarrhea." It doesn't roll off the tongue in English as well as it does in the original Caveman, but it gets to point across of how humans looked at risk. How humans looked at risk was eat this, don't eat that. And it was shared with the narrative. It was shared with the story for a long, long, long time. Even whenever we got written narratives, it was all about, don't eat these things, right? We eat these things, we don't eat those things. We don't go swimming with sharks. We don't cuddle with polar bears, right? We had a list of things and that worked for humans. Deny listing worked. So it became hardwired into our psyche as humans that this is how you deal with risk. So when somebody, and going all the way back to John McAfee, he releases antivirus, kind of the grandfather of antivirus, and he's like, "Here's a list of antivirus and it should stop these things because these are the things we know." Even John McAfee, doing bath salts and playing with guns all day, knew that that was a bad idea. It was a bad business model for the long term. And the reason why it's a bad idea is I want you to now reimagine Ugg and Thug walking down the path, and like it was a malicious, terrible, horrible mushroom that would kill you on day one. But on day two, it changed itself to be a delicious, sizzling filet mignon. See, deny listing only works if threats are static. And so much of security has an idea that threats are static. Threats are dynamic. They're constantly evolving, and they're raw, especially with AI, which we're going to talk about a lot here. With AI, things are evolving even at a crazier pace than we had before. So we have to once again come up with approaches that can deal with that type of variation and evolution of the attacks that we're dealing with. So this gets into a series of webcasts, and we should bring them back at some point. But we have a whole bunch of webcasts that deal with like sacred cash cow tipping. And our sacred cash cow tipping webcasts were just BHIS bypassing antivirus. That's all we did. And right now we have 5 engineers that are working on bypassing AV. And that's all they do, right? And we can do that effectively at Black Hills Information Security. If you want to do this and you want to look at a product that allows you to do this, you should look at Brute Retell. Brute. like Brute Retell right here. So Brute Retell is one of the tools that we use, and they have a bunch of different things built into it for bypassing antivirus, right? Another one would be Outflank. We go to Outflank security tooling. They have a bunch of BOFs, or that we call them beaconing object files, that you can use in Cobalt Strike. You can get them migrated over to Brute Retell that are designed to bypass computer like security tools. Another one would be Nighthawk. Although it brings up nothing but Netgear. At any rate, MD Security. It's the name of the company right here. And they have a bunch of different tools at MDSec out of the UK that is all about bypassing, right? So there's a lot of companies and there's a lot of people out there that can do that, right? And we do that. We used to do webcasts on it. And honestly, I'm now scared. This is a sidebar coming up, warning you. Little soapbox. I'm a little bit freaked out about what's going on in the industry. Last week, GitHub shut down a bunch of open source tools that are offensive tools, like literally just nuked their repositories and then the repositories of the companies. And Google has been very much actively trying to shut down videos that look like hacking tutorial videos and channels on YouTube. And I get that. I understand where they're coming from, but the problem is they're not solving the issue. They're just driving it deeper underground again. And I often talk about that and say, if your main problem in the security industry is a tool that's on GitHub with full source code and comments and versioning, then we are screwed as an industry. Like, we've lost. Like, if you can't deal with that crap, then how do we expect you to deal with, actual attackers that come up with their own malware, right? So keep that in mind. This is a chart that was created by Marcus Random a long time ago, and he had the 6 dumbest ideas in computer security, and it gives you an idea if he's talking 1987 to 2000, how old this is. But he was talking about the amount of legitimate apps and traffic and hostile apps and traffic, and how it's like just roughly generated as a curve in the separation of those two things. So if you're constantly trying to do deny listing and identifying what is bad, you have to understand that bad is growing exponentially. And with the advent of artificial intelligence, bad is now getting very automated as well, which creates a whole separate issue set that we're going to talk about in this class. So here's a couple of examples. And once again, a lot of this crap can be automated and extended with AI today. This was a technique that I first saw from Royce Davis. Website is now defunct, Pen Test Geek. And it's pretty cool. And my testers still use variations of this as part of their bypass techniques. Let me show you something. I'm going to show you 2 separate things. Let's go to... let's do IDA Pro images. Okay. And then I'm going to do assembly code example. All right. So we have a couple. So I'm going to show you this right here. Okay. So you see this right here. This is assembly. All right. This is even more assembly. That's kind of scary. Right. And a lot of people, when you're looking at assembly, get absolutely terrified because they feel they need to read assembly like top down, left to right. Like, you've got to go through it assembly point by assembly point by assembly point. And honestly, that's not the way to look at assembly. The way you should look at assembly is like this. Each of those blocks of code represents like a function or a library that's being called. And tools like Ghidra and IDA Pro allow you to break out those blocks of code and how those different code sets work out with each other to be represented as blocks. Okay. And a lot of times when you're identifying whenever certain functions happen, you'll see something like a procedure preamble in assembly, right? So here we go. We have like procedure preambles that represent this is the beginning of a block of code. Okay. So when you're trying to understand coding and you're trying to understand assembly, you do block analysis. Well, what if we can rewrite the code so it still functionally works the exact same way, but we scramble things in a way that the tools that would break down and try to identify all of these individual blocks of code are broken? Okay. Hopefully that kind of makes sense. Do you understand how, like, you have assembly, it looks like a whole bunch of gibberish, but it's actually representing blocks of code and functionality? Does that make sense to everybody? If I get thumbs up on Teams, or not Teams, on Zoom, that would be super awesome. Just let me know. All right, cool. We got thumbs up. All right. We want to scramble that, right? We want to make that broken for a tool that's trying to do that type of analysis. So one of the ways you can do that is through ghostwriting. And we're going to show you a really simple example of what this looks like. Create a malicious executable, convert it into an ASM file, edit the ASM file, and convert it back to an executable. These slides are a little bit out of date, but the concept still works. I should update it with newer versions of Metasploit. But over here, we link the libraries that allow us to do ASM, like we can do assembly modification into our Ruby library. Then we run MSF payload, which is now rolled into MSF Venom, and it has been for a long time. But it allows us to create a raw binary, a raw executable output. Then we convert that executable into the corresponding assembly. So this is the stuff that looks hyper complicated. And once again, at this point, I know that some of you are looking at it like, dear God, we're on slide like 13 and we're getting into assembly. I'm screwed. No, 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 no. Stick with me. Like, you don't have to know all of this. As Jesse said, don't panic. Okay. Don't panic at all. All right. So we're not going to panic. We're all going to be cool. We cool? All right. We're all good. Awesome. No panicking, because this is going to be easy. Really easy. Just trust me. All right. So we have this code. All right. And in this code, we have these XOR functions. And we're XORing a registry value from itself to itself. So register's definition on your computer system is an area of memory on your CPU that your computer can access with little to no penalty. The hell does that mean? That means it can access it really quickly, like really fast, like way faster than your DDR memory, way faster than level 2 cache. It's like on the CPU itself. So you have these registers that are 64 bits on modern computer systems, right? We have these registers, and you can load data into these registers, and they have names like ESI, EDX, and EAX, right? They have all these weird names. They're just buckets for bits to get dropped into while your CPU does its black magic on it. So if I'm moving the data from a register to a register, like if we're XORing it, what's going to happen? Do we have any computer science people? I'm going to pause my recording. I'm going to bring up something here. Just give me a second. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Any computer science people, if I'm XORing a value from itself to itself, what is it going to be at the end of it? Okay, what does XOR stand for? Exclusive OR. Okay. Once again, I know you're all freaking out. It's okay. Don't panic. Don't panic, because right now I'm going to teach you exclusive OR, and I'm going to teach it to you in 45 seconds. All right. So here we go. So I'm going to give you 2 sets of bits, right? All right, here's the game. We're going to teach you exclusive OR. If the top and the bottom are the same, it gets a value of 1. If the top and the bottom are different, it gets a value of 0. That's all we're doing. So this is at the bottom. The exclusive OR is going to be 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1. Now, my question to you is, are these 2 bits equal to each other, or are they different? Any takers? They're different, right? Because if they were the same, what would the value be for XORing? If you're XORing one value with another value, they're the same, what would it end up being? Any takers? Zero. It would be 0. Because if I have 2 strings that are equal to each other, then when I XOR them, it's going to be 0. If they're different, it's going to be not 0. Okay, so this is a way that your computer system can compare two values. So let's imagine that you're comparing a password. From a mathematical perspective, we take our passwords, it's all ones and zeros, right? And we take our password, and if I have password 1 equals this, and I have password 2 equals this, are these two passwords equal to each other? No, they are not equal to each other. Okay. If I have two passwords and they are equal to each other, the value will be 0. So I go back to this. If I have this EDX and this EAX register value, and I'm XORing the exact same register against itself, what is it always going to be? Every time, no matter what you do XOR EDX to EDX, it's always going to be 0. Always. So what this means is what you can do is anything you want to that register value before it's XORed. Anything you want, you can do. So right above that, you can do push it, you can pop it, you can add 1, you can -1, you can add 20, you can add 42. I don't care. You can do whatever you want to that register by adding in a whole bunch of different functions, because at the end, it's going to be zeroed out. Now, this is important because these instructions that I've just showed you can make you look like an Infosec badass, make you look like an Infosec Tyrannosaurus Rex. But with great power comes great responsibility. It is absolutely essential. It is absolutely critical. No, required by law, that after you learn how to do what I just provided on these slides, that you absolutely must show it off to everybody at every security conference that you go to, because nothing impresses girls, boys, men, women, pets, circus clowns, various super intelligent snakes more than getting into assembly and modifying that raw assembly. All right. It's important that you bring this up at every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, every Hanukkah, every Ramadan, whatever holiday you have at your family. When you're sitting around the dinner table, you have to show this off. It's critical. All right. So with that, I'm joking. Like, you would never do this, but trying to show you how easy this can be to basically scratch out signature-based detection and trying to do block analysis. Then you finalize it, convert it to an executable, and you're ready to rock and roll. That's it. Now, the other opportunity that we can do is we can use something called living off the land binaries. Why use malware when we can just use the binaries that exist on the computer system itself? Things like dynamic link libraries like run DLL, we can use that to execute our malware. Hell, you can even use Microsoft Word to invoke additional executables. Trust me, that happens. So you have this like huge library of all these executables that come with a Microsoft installation, and we can just use those instead because they will not be on the deny lists. The point of all of this is what worked in the past few slides might not work tomorrow. AV dodging is very dynamic. New signatures pop up daily. You have to be flexible and creative when you're creating payloads, and you have to test and retest. A little bit of Metasploit Kung Fu can go a long way. Or you can use different obfuscation that comes in Metasploit, like Shikata Ganai, which is Japanese for there's nothing that can be done about it. Became very popular right after World War II. They were basically like, well, we lost the war, Shikata Ganai. There's nothing that can be done. Make the best of a bad situation and move on. And this is an encoder that's designed that. Or you can use tools like Unicorn that automatically does the obfuscation for you. This is by Dave Kennedy and the great people at TrustedSec. My point is, I just showed you some internal workings. Here's a whole bunch of tools that do it for you. Right? And these tools are available, and they're freely available to literally everybody. And these techniques are available for absolutely everybody as well. I'm also going to throw out Riptor 90 and I'm going to get that name wrong. Sometimes putting your family in a coma at Thanksgiving would be very good, right? Like, seriously, if anybody is like, yep, let's sit around and let's talk about politics. You're like, or what we could talk about is ghostwriting executables and modifying their raw assembly. That if it puts them to sleep, you won, right? Avoiding those conversations as much as possible. So let's circle back to application allow listing, and let's get into a lab. By the way, the lab instructions are in the resources. If somebody could pop that link, you need to get set up inside of MetaCTF and get going. I recommend for many organizations, just do application allow listing and do it to start by directories. Now, can it be bypassed? Absolutely, it can be bypassed. There's no question. Does it shut down a huge percentage of drive-by attacks? Yes. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. That's what we're looking for. Things that aren't perfect, but things that get us in that ballpark, right? So what we can do is we can look at different directories that should have programs execute. The Windows directory, program files directory. Yeah, those two. Program files x86 for reverse compatibility for 32-bit binaries. Yeah, those are places that we expect things to execute. Should we have raw binaries executing from the desktop, from the downloads folder, temporary internet directories? I would put forth no. No, we probably shouldn't have that as a thing. Or if we do, we can create very specific exceptions for those particular scenarios, which would be very limited, and it helps us with our resources, right? So we have that as a possibility. The other way that you can do it is hashing every known good binary on your system. Now, this is the holy grail. This is what most people, when they're talking about application allow listing, think, right? They're like, we're going to go through and we're going to allow list just what's required and nothing more. That's insane. It's very difficult to implement. Something simply as putting patches on a system becomes very, very difficult. So the upkeep is hard. It is easy to do for the first time. The maintenance is really hard. And I'll show you how to do it on after the next lab as well. Now, let's say we do have something that has to execute from the downloads folder. Should you just globally allow everything from the downloads folder? No. There's another mid-tier option where you can say, well, what if we just allow things to execute from Oracle? Let's say we have an Oracle executable that runs on our desktop. Should we maybe just allow things from Oracle? You can, right? What you can do is you can do digital certificate verification. So if you have something that has to execute in downloads or in the desktop, has to execute somewhere, you can use application allow listing to create a specific rule that allows anything from that publisher to execute, right? Looks at those digital code signing certificates. Now, that sounds great, but even some vendors like Microsoft and Google and even Oracle, they don't sign all of their dynamic link libraries in their executables. So your mileage will vary, but I'll show you how we can adjust this with a handy dandy slider here in just a little bit. So we're going to focus on AppLocker, application allow listing that's built into Windows. We can create these rules on the path, the hash, the cert, and the vendor, and it's super easy to push out via group policy. We have a helpful YouTube video in the notes for you. So to set it up, you simply go to local security policy, go to AppLocker, you create the rule enforcement for executable rules, Windows installer, script, and package rules. Just do the generate default rules here. This is what they look like. Everyone can execute in the program files, the Windows directory, and then the built-in administrator can still do whatever the hell they want. Super easy to do. We make sure the application identity service is started, and then we're ready to go. And that, like I said, that brings us to our first lab. Oh, goody, goody, goody. Let's jump over. All right, so I've got a lot of slides, a lot of tabs open here. Like Norman Cheers. There's an old reference that most people don't get. So I'm in MetaCTF, and you have access to this exact same environment. I have really great news for you all, and I have really sad news for you all. It's the same news. This is one of the last classes that we're going to be using these particular VMs for. So if we can get like a moment of silence for these cloud VMs that have served us so well for all of these years in MetaCTF. I think it's time to give them credit. So we're sad. We're sad. All right, let's get to the good news. The good news is two things. One, we're updating every single one of these labs. So we're building new VMs, right? So yeah, there's more VM deaths coming. It's a transition. It's transition. It absolutely is. So we're transitioning and we're updating these two VMs. All the labs will still be available. The instructions will be available. The instructions are going to work. But the other thing is, with death comes rebirth, and rebirth hopefully comes with progress. The other thing that we will be doing, and I announced this at Walrus Hacking Fest in Denver, is we are going to start up the Free Lab Fridays. And that means everybody that wants it for free is going to get 2 free hours of labs at MetaCTF per week for the labs that we're doing. So we've got some really cool stuff coming out there. So it is this lab and this class doesn't end here. It continues. And we have so many labs to come up, y'all. Like so many labs. And I'm going to share with you what we've been working on. But when you get to this point, you want to click the Start All Machines button right there. We're going to do the Start All Machines right there. And then it's going to start both of these VMs. We need both the VMs running. So we want to start all the machines. Once the VMs are running, we're going to connect to them via Guacamole. While that's loading, I'm going to open up my GitHub repository. And I'm going to get you guys a link right here. I'm going to share the link there. I'm going to put it in the resources as well. So now you all have access to this lab directory that has all of my labs. You may think this is a lot of labs, and you'd be right. You'd be absolutely 100% correct in thinking that this is a lot of free labs. We are going to be focusing on the AppLocker lab. So this is the actual lab that we will be doing. Share that one as well. So you all have it. There we go. So we're going to be doing AppLocker right here, and it's all inside of this VM right here. So you're going to go through and you're going to start by opening up a PowerShell command prompt there, like so. And then we're going to disable real-time monitoring like that. By the way, when you first start your VM, it's like, do you want to allow copy and paste to this? You want to click yes. If you don't and copy and paste isn't working, you can access the labs from inside of the VM by just going to the browser, and then you can go straight to the intro labs within the browser itself. So you can go right into the labs and then copy and paste works. I like to do it where I have my tab for my lab instructions and then inside. It just works faster for me. So you can do it that way. And then we're going to shut off our firewall. We're just going to go through all of these instructions. So what's going to happen in this lab is you're going to exploit your Windows computer, right? We're going to create malware. What? The malware. Yes, the malware. And we're going to exploit and run that malware on our Windows computer system. And then what we're going to do is we are going to implement application control policies on our Windows computer system to stop that from happening, to show you how you can shut that malware down. So these are the instructions. This is the lab. So let's get rolling on it. This lab is going to take us about 40 minutes with a break. So we got like 10 minutes, then we have 30 minutes of doing the lab. And when we resume, I am going to come back and I'm going to go through this lab slowly with everybody so you can ask me questions. So the instructions for getting access are in the resources tab. You have the full lab and everything set up. And if you have any help, need any help, go over to tech support. If you go into Discord and you go over here, yes, Chris Rock, we have people here dedicated to help you with this. So we have a whole bunch of people that are available and here to assist. So we have the instructions for getting set up in the labs. We have the labs themselves. All of it's available over here, and we have tech support built in as well. So get rolling. This first lab, like I said, is going to take a little while for people to kind of get their feet underneath them. But after they get established, they're going to get rolling, and it's going to get a lot easier. Once you're in the lab, you're in. All right, so get to it. If you need anything else, ping me. Once again, it's timed perfectly. Let's get our timer off and get the screen share up, and we're going to be ready to go here. All right, so let's do this lab. So this is the first lab for a lot of you, and there was a lot of panicking, like, oh my God, ah! Trust me, by the time we get done after 4 days, you're gonna have this down. It's gonna be like silk. So let's go ahead and do this. Once again, all of this is recorded. So if something was a little bit off or you didn't quite grok it, it was recorded. So you can come back at any time and redo the labs. That's one of the things I absolutely hate. I'm just going to call out real quick. I absolutely hate how a lot of companies, like they set up, like training companies, they'll set up these massive lab environments. Like you'll go to Black Hat and they'll have a rack of servers there. And it's like you paid $4,000 and all of a sudden, like as soon as you're done with class, you don't get access to that entire lab environment. But not here. No, not at Antisyphon, the company that comes up with new names for classes on a daily basis. We make sure that the labs are available to you even after class is over. And the credits are really cheap. And we're going to be giving people 2 free hours of lab time per week coming up. And that's going to be a big deal. You have no idea how big of a deal it actually is. It's monstrous. I'm going to show you. It's going to be cool. It's going to blow your mind. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. All right. So I have gone through and I've shut off my AV again because that's a good idea. And by the way, shutting off your firewall and your AV, just get down to the point of this particular exercise. The reason why we're doing this is we're showing that this is something that can be implemented without a firewall. It can be something that can be implemented without AV. It's completely independent. So it's a supportive feature to your overall security support structure. We're going to set the administrator password to password 1234. Then we're going to do IP config, and we're going to get that IP address because that IP address is going to be used in the rhost parameter here in just a little bit. And remember, your IP address will be different, which we should probably get that put onto a shirt, Megan, Daryl. I don't know what you all think. Remember, your IP address will be different. Might be a really, really good t-shirt for the community. I'm going to open up a Kali instance.
Noted.
Thank you. All right. And I'm going to change the appearance of my terminal. I'm going to make it so it's bigger. Had all these jokes I used to tell, but no one laughed at them. It's kind of heartbreaking. There we go. And I'm going to click okie dokie. There we are. All right. And then we're going to become root. And then we're going to mount the remote Windows computer system. And I'm going to put in my IP address right here for my Windows computer. Put that in. So we put it in as 10.10.121.11. I hit enter and bam, we now have a share mounted. I can mount CD into mount and MNT and Windows share, type LS. And now we have a mounted share on the Windows computer. It's pretty cool. Now I'm going to get my Linux IP address because I use that for the Metasploit lhost. So we're going to go ahead and put that in this command. But where it says lhost, we have this parameter. I'm going to change that to be my Linux computer system's IP address. So put that in there, right there. 10.10.107.73, like that. Now it's creating the malware called trustme.exe. Now it takes a little while for it to execute because it is the world's largest, it's the world's largest Ruby environment. So it's spinning up a lot of stuff. MSF Venom is a wrapper for MSF encode, and MSF payload. But now we've got it, kicked it out. Awesome. We can see trustme.exe is right there. It's nice. Got the malware there. Now we're going to set up MSF Council. Now, MSF Council is what catches the reverse connections coming back into our Linux computer system. And while that's going, I'm going to jump ahead of myself and I'm going to open up a command prompt and I'm going to CD to the top level directory and type dir, not ls. And I have my trustme.exe is right there. There we go. And now we're going to set up this handler. Now, what's interesting is everything in Metasploit is broken up into different categories. Like you have exploits, you have payloads, you have auxiliary. We're going to be working with an exploit that's not an exploit. Usually exploits are broken up by operating system. So you'll have exploit, Windows, SMB, and then MSO 8067. It'll break up by operating system, and then the service, and then the actual exploit number that's provided for it. So we're doing one that's exploit multi, as in multiple different operating systems. And then handler, it just captures and handles the reverse connections coming in to the computer system. I'm going to set the payload to be Windows Meterpreter Reverse TCP, like so. And that should match our malware up above. We just created some malware. For many of you, this is your first time creating malware. I'm going to set the L host to the way I'm doing the new instructions, and I need to update this. I'm going to set the L host to each 0. That means I don't have to memorize that number. And then I'm going to do exploit, like so. Takes a couple of seconds, and it's going to stay starting multi-handler on my Linux IP address on port 4444, and then nothing else happens. And a lot of people got stuck. And I think you get stuck because of the word exploit, because the idea is it's like exploit, like you expect something to be exploited. It's not doing that. It's just waiting for the reverse connection to come in. So for following the instructions on this, I realized I just got really far ahead of myself and did all of these things. I just run trustme.exe over here. Trust me. There we go. And now, bam, I've got a interpreter session. So now I have malware running on this system. I can I can list files. I can see processes on the computer system. I can download and upload files. I can do, let's do keyscan underscore start, like so. And then I can run a sniffer, and I can do notepad. I can type in my password. There's my password. Then I can run keyscan dump. There's my password right there. I can do all kinds of things. Hash dump. Oops, gotta type it right. There we go. Dump password hashes. Or if you really want to play it, you could do run and then hit tab a couple of times. And there's over 581 different post-exploitation modules that Metasploit has. That's a lot of post-exploitation modules, everybody. That's a lot of different things that you could do. All right, so we've got malware that is executed on this computer system, and I can do exit, break down that session, re-exploit it, and now we're going to try to stop it, right? We're going to try to stop it. You can't stop the signal, Mal. So now what we're going to do is we're going to mess with our local security policy, and we are going to create an application allow listing rules. So we're going to go local security policy. Blah. All right, here we go. There we go. Now I'm going to go to software restriction policies. And then I'm going to jump here. It's going to load in just a second. And then, sorry, application control policies, rather, AppLocker. And we have all of these different policies for executable rules, Windows installer rules, script rules, and so on. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create the default rules right here. I'm going to come back to that here in a moment. I've already got the default rules for a lot of these that are created. We have those. Next, I'm going to configure rule enforcement, make sure that it's configured. Good. And then I'm going to mess with services. So we're going to go into services. And then we're going to go into the application identity service here. And we are going to start said application identity service. Just following the directions, just like it says right here. And then I am going to run this command, gp update force, for group policy updating on the Windows computer system. Microsoft has you run that command a lot because they hate you. If you don't believe me, just look where they put the icon for running Copilot in all applications. Now we're going to show you what this looks like whenever somebody tries to run something as a different user. Currently, we're logged in as administrator. So I'm going to do run as user whitelist, and we're going to try to run the NC command. And I'll put in the password, ADHD or whatever the password is. This program is blocked by group policy. So if you're not an administrator, you cannot run this particular command. Just can't. Now, I've got a couple of additional things that I want to show you that I think are really, really super cool. Let's go ahead and let's do this. Let's go back to close that out, get that out of the way. Let's go back over here to our policy. With executable rules, I can add in new rules. I can do this and I want to create a new rule. We're going to basically make this allow by everyone, and we're going to do it based on the publisher, right? So with this, I can give it a reference file. I can go to my desktop and actually I got to go to program files. Let's go to C, program files, and PuTTY like this. And I can go to PuTTY right there, and I can use that as a reference file. Now look at the level of like trust that I can base this on. I can either say anything from the publisher PuTTY is allowed to run. I could give it a very specific product name, the file name, and the file version, right? So I can establish what is the level of restrictiveness that I want to execute on this. So I can basically set it to just the publisher like that. I can go create, and now we've created a rule that anybody can run PuTTY. So if I go to the program files directory, let's go to C, let's go to program files like so, and then I'm going to go to PuTTY. If I were to move PuTTY here and I were to copy this and then copy it into Intro Labs, it shouldn't work if I didn't have that rule. So I just pasted PuTTY in. And now I can do run as, and I can do PuTTY.exe, run it as ADHD, and now it's allowed to execute because anybody that is trying to run this specific program from this specific publisher with this specific file version is going to be allowed to execute it. All right. Thing number 2 that I want to show you, if we go to local security policy, I can right click in here and do automatically generate rules. If I do that, it's going to go through and it's going to identify all of the programs in the program files directory, and it's going to create an explicit rule for every single one of them. This is like the hardcore application allow listing that we're talking about right here. So it takes a few moments for it to run, and then it's going to create this monster list of what programs are allowed to execute. So this is nuts. I would only recommend doing this on like a Citrix environment where you have like a master image where you can update these rules as you need to. I guess maybe it's kind of up to you, but it's pretty crazy and it takes a little while for it to generate those rules. But this is in line with what most people would consider to be actual application allow listing. So there we go. I create these rules, and now I've created a rule for every single one of the programs and program files. The last thing I want to show you is a problem that happens. You see, early in this lab, we changed the administrator password to password 1234. And when you change that password, if you refresh your browser tab, it breaks Guacamole. It only is a problem if you close it or hit the refresh over here. But after we've changed that password, if I do this like that, it's going to get a big red angry screen, and it's broken because it's using the administrator password to log in. To fix this brings me to my final point. At the end of your labs, the best thing we can do is set them free by hitting destroy lab. Destroying the lab causes it to be completely reset. Everything is blown away and everything goes back to a pristine state when we start our next lab. The other thing that's really cool is when we do this, it allows us to not burn any credits up here because we don't want to burn any more credits than we absolutely have to. All right, so let's talk a little bit about password controls, and then we are going to get into a password lab. In fact, we're going to get into a password lab very quickly, very, very quickly in the next 6 minutes. So password spraying is using the same password across multiple different user accounts, right? So when a lot of people think of a password attack, they think of a password attack that is one where they get an account, like an administrator, Strand.js account or something like that, and then they try like 1,000 passwords against that account or 1,000,000 passwords, right? And that doesn't work in the real world. It just doesn't work in the real world. And the reason why it doesn't work in the real world is because of something called account lockout. So for many accounts, after 4 failed login attempts, it's going to lock that account down completely so no one can log into it. So we're going to flip it on its head. So instead of trying a whole bunch of passwords against a user account, we're going to try one password against multiple different user accounts instead. All right. And we're going to do this from 2 separate perspectives for the lab that we have coming up. We're going to do a password where you're doing it as an internal attack. And then we're also going to do an external password spray. So you'll be able to see both of those and how they look in the lab. That's the 2 labs. We're doing two labs, 2 new labs, because I just keep dropping new labs all the time. And it's going to get worse, folks. It's going to get a lot worse. So how long does it take to compromise? Well, for many attackers, this is bread and butter. On a medium network, about 10,000 users, it takes about an hour with a password that's seasoning year. And then once you're in, it's really hard to detect, right? And we use cloud providers to attack other cloud providers. We'll use tools like CredKing and FireProx to be able to do that. This is what it looks like when we do a password spray. This is one half of the labs that we're going to be doing here in just a few moments. This is using a password tool called Domain Password Spray by Bo Bullock. Really, really cool set of tools that he has. And then we're going to get into password cracking after this. So this is going to take us, I'm going to start up my virtual machine again. Same virtual machines. I'm going to go back to the lab list and we're going to do 2 separate labs. The first one is going to be password spraying right here. And the second one is going to be external password spraying. I'm going to put both of these in the Discord server for you all. It's the first one. And this is the second one that we have. There we go. So the first one, you're going to go through and you're going to get you're going to go through, disable the user ID, or sorry, the AV on it again. You're going to CD into intro labs. And then, wait a minute. Okay. You're going to CD into intro labs, and then we're going to run the 200 user gen.bat script like so. And then we're going to do PowerShell, set the execution policy to be unrestricted. We're going to import that module, and then we're going to do invoke local password spray with a password of winter 2025. And you're going to see how that looks from an internal password spray. So this is what it would look like post-exploitation. So if an attacker gained access to an environment, they would try to move laterally across the entire environment. And this would allow you to be able to do that. And then you're going to delete the users with user remove at the end. Then when you're done with that, I'm going to show you what it looks like as an external password spray. I have the MITRE technique here. Here's a bunch of attacks that have used this and different groups that have used this. We're once again going to make sure that AV is disabled. We're going to open up a command prompt. We're going to get our IP address. We're going to shut off our firewall. We're going to CD into intro labs. And then we are again going to pull down this file. And then we're going to generate 200 users on the system. But instead of running it locally, we're going to show you how this attack works remotely by using Kali. So we're going to become root. We're going to grab the user list again, right? We're going to grab a user list, and then we're going to start Metasploit again. We're going to use a module auxiliary scanner SMB because that's the protocol that we're going after. And we're going to try to log in. We're going to set the IP address to your Windows computer system's IP address. And then you're going to set the user file to be users.txt, which is what you downloaded from up here. Then we're going to set the SMB pass to winter 2025. And then we're going to show you what it looks like. You're going to run it. You're going to see that some of those accounts successfully got logged into. And then you're going to be able to see in your event viewer what this attack looks like from a defending perspective. All right. These are the labs. Now, once again, we're going to do 30 minutes for the lab, 10 minutes for the break, about 15 minutes for each of the labs. So we're going to resume at 40 after. By the way, I should warn you, we are going to do an Ask Me Anything for the last half hour of this class. So we're going to get to the last 30 minutes, and then you guys can ask me any questions you want about computer security, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, whatever it is. I will answer all questions. So get rolling, and I'll see you in 40 minutes. Let's kick it off. Where are my buttons? All right, all right, all right. Oh, I should probably get my Discord stuff up and running here. Let's get back to the Discords. I had to reinstall Discord. I don't know if any of you had to do that um, after they went weird on that stuff with verification, but my Discord app just froze on my phone completely. All right, so let's do these labs. So I'm going to connect via RDP. And which one do we want to do first? I think we want to do this one first. I think this is the right one that we should be doing, chat. There we go. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to disable AV, which once again, the goal of this lab is not like, here's how you bypass AV. That's a series of completely different classes that we have and different topics that we have as well. But we just do it just to make sure that my labs work. Fun fact, years ago, I did a lab that did have bypassing AV as the primary goal. And it worked great. I was doing this at Sandia National Laboratories, and we had a lab that at the time it was semantic. And we bypassed semantic. And I had multiple classes that were going through. I was training all the systems administrators. So we'd have a morning and an afternoon class. So it was like 4 hours in the morning would be group one, 4 hours in the afternoon would be group two. And I ran this lab and it worked. I clearly freaked out an administrator. And the administrator had two choices. Either the first choice was to be like, this is a very articulative lab that articulates just how fragile our security support structure can be. And it requires me to understand that I have to have a better network of security tools that are available. Or you can just upload it to Symantec and make sure they wrote a signature for it. He chose option B. And when he did that, it broke my lab in the afternoon. So any AV lab that you would ever develop under any circumstances would, without question, end up in a signature file somewhere and break the lab immediately. Like you would have less than 24 hours. So that's kind of a bummer on that whole entire thing. So that's why we do that. So I've just gone through and we're creating the users on the computer system. We're setting that up now. And we're going to set it up and we're going to run this one locally, right? We're going to run this one locally on our system. So, oops, come on. There we go. CD into intro labs. Here we go. And now we are going to set the execution policy unrestricted. And we are going to import the local password spray module. Got it imported. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to invoke it with a password of winter 2025. Now, once again, this is actually a really effective post-exploitation technique, right? When an attacker gets in an environment, they can dump all the users from that environment running the net user space /domain command, dump all the users, and then you can start doing horrible, bad things to those users, like forcing them to watch, like, what is it? What's some horrible reality TV show? Anything to do with the Kardashians, but that seems pretty trite. We could force them to watch, I don't know, any new series of Survivor, right? That sounds horrible to me. Bluey, that's a good one. I think that would be really bad as well. Or old episodes of Bob the Builder, NBC News. But we can make them do that. So what we're going to do is try to go through and see if anybody in this environment has a password of winter 2025. So now it goes through and you can see that users that have this password of season and year are the Christopher, Dennis, Gregory, Jack, Jerry, and Michael accounts. So very easy that you can do post-exploitation. And we can exit out of PowerShell. And then we can run the user remove command, and that'll blow away the users on this system. Oops, I got to go back to the intro labs. There we go. There we go. So now it's going to blow away all those users. So that was fun. And that really works from an internal perspective. So we can change that and we can do it externally. So I'm going to open up another command prompt and I'm going to do ipconfig like so. That there. Now I'm going to open up a Kali terminal. I'm going to accept that. Let's go ahead and change our settings. Change the appearance. Change it to be bold, yet cool, crisp, and refreshing, like a Colorado stream. All right, there we go. Nice. Got that lab. I'm going to close that one out. We're done with that. Now let's look at that from the perspective of an external attack. We've already got that done. I've got my IP address. My firewall is off. I'm still going to have to go into CD into the intro labs like so, and then download and run the script that allows me to create 200 users on the system like that. There we go. So it's creating the 200 users. And while that's running, well, that's cooking. We're going to go back to our Kali system. We're going to become root because once again, we're running Metasploit and doing all kinds of stuff. And I'm going to download a user list. Now, a little bit of information about this. Like if you're trying to get a list of users in an environment, you would need to, I don't know, has anything else happened on the Rich Green message on LinkedIn? I don't know. I told people we were going to change the name. We're probably going to stick with Infosec core skills, like SOC core skills, and then Infosec core skills, and then maybe deception core skills. It'll be the core skills trilogy. There we go. And but if you're trying to do recon, speaking of LinkedIn, right, we can use LinkedIn to harvest all the users that are associated with a company. We can go to sometimes their direct portal. There's a number of ways to harvest users, but we're just grabbing a user text file. Now we're going to use that text file for those user IDs inside of Metasploit. So Metasploit is going to handle all of the remote like authentication attempts that we're going to be doing over the next couple of minutes. And this really highlights like the power of Metasploit. Metasploit is far more than just a tool that has exploits, like remotely exploiting computer systems. We can also use this tool very heavily to be able to yeah, but they don't have cybersecurity core skills, do they?
I don't think so, but they do
Okay.
have the intro,
Yeah,
just to
that's
let you
fine.
know.
That would be a hard one,
Okay.
right? I think we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. So there's a lot of different modules that you can use to exploit computer systems that are not exploits, right? And this is an example of that. There's no patch for this, right? We're just going to simply use server message block to authenticate to a remote Windows computer system because that's how Windows computer systems talk to each other, right? So we're going to use that module. And then we're going to set the R host to be the IP address of our Windows computer system. So I'll get my IP address again over here like that. And the IP address is going to be 10.10.73.230. So go 10.10.73.230. And now we have to put in for the user file, we're going to make it users.txt. And then we are going to set the SMB pass to be winter 2025. A good guess, right? A good guess that somebody may have had that as their password. And then I'm going to go ahead and open up Windows Event Viewer. Takes a few seconds. And I'm going to clear out the security event log just because I want it to be clean for this. We'll go to security, right click, and then we'll go clear log. And that'll wipe away all the event logs so you can see what a password spray actually looks like. And this is kind of critical. Like when we start talking about logs and logging, it becomes important for us to understand that there's stimulus and response. And what is an attack and how does that manifest on the logs that we have on our computer system? So we'll show you what that looks like. So we go back to Metasploit and we open up our command prompt and we type run. Now it's starting the attack. Takes a few seconds. It actually goes pretty wicked fast once it gets rolling on it because it's pulling all the files, setting up everything, getting the Ruby libraries established. Did I set my password? Wait a minute. 10.10.73.230. 10.10.73.230. Let's do this. Did my firewall just turn on underneath me? Now let's retry it. There we go. Somehow my firewall came on, which at the beginning of this lab, it says disable your firewall, but I thought we had already disabled it, right? So now we're trying to authenticate as all of these users. And anytime you see a a green plus over here, it means that we successfully were able to authenticate as that user. So you can see that we got Dennis as one of the people that we had. If I scroll up a little bit, you can see we got Michael, Christopher, Gregory, Jack, and Dennis were all people. And it said that Dennis is in fact an administrator. So that works out pretty well. Now with an attacker, I can use exploit. Let's do Windows SMB PS exec like that. Now I can set the payload to be Windows tab, hit wait for a couple of seconds. Interpreter, reverse TCP, set L host to be ETH0, set R host to be our Windows system, which was 10.10 something 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 10.10.73.230. And then I can set SMB user to be Dennis. I think it was a capital D. Let's go and put it. And then set SMB pass to be winter 2025. Like that. And then exploit. So then we can go from that simple password spray, and then we can use Metasploit to authenticate to the remote computer system, upload a malicious service, execute the service, pulls the service to reach back to grab our malware, load the malware into memory, exploit the computer system, and we are in, right? So it kind of shows you just how quickly we can go from, getting a user ID and a password to the point where we can actually fully exploit the computer system relatively easily. So kind of a cool lab. And then at the end, I'm not going to run the SMB user delete script. Now that we're done with this particular lab, I'm just going to do this because I'm lazy. I'm going to do destroy lab, right? We've done all kinds of horrible things to this lab. It's better just to put it out of its misery while we talk about some more password stuff. All right. So one of the big problems that you have is like weak passwords, right? So if we keep rolling on this, and we'll get into yet another lab here in just a second. Far too many organizations have those really bad password policies that all stem from the NIST Green Book, right? Between 8 and 10 characters, even the current PCI minimum of 12 characters is dumb. Like it's just dumb. And it's kind of funny. Whenever I started crapping on PCI for this, I was really calling them out to get them to raise their password complexity standards in 4.0. And I remember I had some friends that were like, dude, you don't want to mess with PCI. Like these guys are going to come after you. I'm like, what? We have the PCI mafia, like geek fight. Like they're going to pull me aside and like lecture me on mathematics. They'll lose. But at any rate, they didn't even go to a good password complexity, which should have been 15 characters minimum. And this whole crap about if the system supports it. If you're running a computer system right now that doesn't support passwords greater than 8 characters, you have far greater problems. And by the way, this is not like unknown. There's a bunch of different computer systems that are running the world, whether it's DoD, like SIGINT processing systems, or like finance computer systems that are running like rack F and top secret on AS400s. I mean, a lot of these computers still exist. If you have that, you need to have a plan of actions and milestones to retire those computer systems. You have much larger issues. But still, you still have a lot of environments out there that are like straight up, I can't go higher than 8. Right? Medical, you're talking about that. A lot of medical, they have systems that can support it. Any modern medical system can support it. And by modern, I mean within the last 5 to 7 years. But the bigger problem that you run into is they're like, well, doctors need to be able to gain access to computer systems in life and death situations. And a lot of them are moving into CAC cards and other things, which I'm fine with. If you have a CAC card, you plug it in, you're logged in. That's great. I think that those are good things. But the point is, lots of scenarios where people are using crappy passwords and we want to find those passwords. Now, many people will bring up two-factor. and that's valid, right? Two-factor is amazing. The question is, what medical place can afford modern tech in this world climate? A lot of them. If you look at their profits, a lot of hospitals make a lot of money. No, how much of that they want to put back into tech? That's up for debate, right? So when we're talking about bypassing 2FA, one of the best things you can do after you have found a successful user ID and password is find another API or a service that doesn't have two-factor authentication. That's enabled on that. And that's ultimately what we're looking for. If we harvest a bunch of user IDs and passwords, we'll find some type of service, whether it's like an Amazon service or some type of application that's being used by Microsoft Entra ID that we can then use to exploit with no two-factor authentication. So additional things when we're talking about passwords, the only thing that matters when you're dealing with passwords is length, right? Try to make your password as long as you possibly can. Getting into a passphrase, don't use that. I use that one for my banking account information. But you want to come out with a passphrase that is long, because once you start getting into longer character sets, upper, lowercase, alphanumeric, special character, you start getting into heat death of the universe to try to brute force it. Now, to be fair, you can absolutely come up with passwords that are like where they're collections of words, and you can do dictionaries where it's using combinations of words rather than combinations of characters. And tools like Hashcat have the ability for us to do that. We're going to share that here in just a couple of seconds. By the way, you want to see like scary things. Heat death of the universe is one of those things that's terrifying. It's like right now, I think we're in like the first percent of the entire history of the universe right now. We're still in the hot flash flame part of the universe. And then it gets really dark and really cold for a really, really, really long time. Gets out there. So 2FA is usually something you know and something you have. Token-based, SMS-based, app-based. All of these are better than two-factor. Now, we do have people who are like, well, SMS is stupid. Yeah, it kind of is, but it requires you to look at your threat model. If your threat model is a nation state level adversary that's going to do SIM cloning in order to gain access to your 2FA, yeah, you don't want to use 2FA. So like at Black Hills Information Security, we've banned all 2FA that is SMS based 2FA. It's just not allowed. You have to use token or app based in order to gain access, in addition to coming through a VPN and all kinds of things, right? But that's our threat model. If you're just some random person surfing the internet, like my aunts and my uncles, people's grandparents, SMS-based authentication is probably just fine. It's probably okay, right? But we can try to push people to better and stronger authentication mechanisms, but some people are only going to go so far on that as well. Service accounts, you absolutely want to go after service accounts as an attacker, because many of them don't have lockout and many of them have passwords that never expire. So they become great things that we can try to attack. And they're often overlooked by security teams and beloved by attackers everywhere. And here's one of the reasons. With service accounts, we can use techniques like Kerberoasting. This is wild, but you can request a ticket granting ticket for a service in Active Directory. And within that ticket that you can see that hash value is the actual password hash for that service. And you can extract it and you can crack it. Any user account can for service accounts that aren't set up properly. And there's tools like Rubius that gives us the capability to do this. Other protocols allow us to intercept password hashes, link local multicast name resolution, MDNS, and NetBIOS services as well. All right, so I really want to get to a lab and a break. So we're going to jump into another lab. I'm a little bit off of my timing. I'm going to start up my virtual machines here, and I'm going to go back to my labs. I'm going to go into intro class files, going to hit this navigation page, and we're going to do the password cracking lab right here. Now, the main tool that you'll use for password cracking is a tool called Hashcat. And that is the tool that we're going to be running here in just a couple of moments, right? We're going to disable our AV. We're going to open up a Kali terminal. Once that Kali terminal is open, we're going to become root. We're going to remove the pot file, right? Now, the pot file is where you put in cracked hashes, and we're going to remove it. It's good practice in between cracking passwords. We're going to CD into opt password cracking, and then we're going to run Hashcat. Now, if you want to know what these little commands do, you can do Hashcat Black Hills And we've got a cheat sheet right here. And I'll share this with everyone. Let me share this in Discord. There you go. And it'll break down what the different things are. So you can look at what the different switches are, like A is straight, A1 is combination, brute force, and so on. So you can see what these switches do, right? But we're going to read in a rule file because we're going to do lead speak substitutions, and we're going to try to crack an MD5 password. And when we come back, I'm going to explain what an MD5 password is as well. And then we're going to run the command, look at the cracked passwords that we've got. And then we're going to crack Landman, which is an incredibly insecure hashing algorithm for Windows systems. And then at the bottom, we're going to crack NT, which is every Windows computer system stores NT password hashes. So this lab is going to take us up to and through the break. So we're going to do 10 minutes for the break, 20 minutes for the lab, and we get done. We are going to do Ask Me Anything. Tomorrow, I will do the walkthrough, and then we'll continue on with the password cracking. So when we come back in 30 minutes, Ask Me Anything. So get those questions queued up. I'll see you guys on the other side. All right, we're back. We're ready to go. Sorry. So a little bit of information on those socks. Those are our Rock'em Sock'em Sock robot socks that are advertising our sock services that are SOC 2 Type 2 compliant, and they actually have sock puppets. So it's nested sock stuff within sock stuff within sock stuff. But as of right now, we are in the Ask Me Anything portion of today's activities. So we can totally do screen sharing. Daryl, if we want to bring up my screen, that's fine. I've got Discord up and running, and I'm happy to answer any and all questions that people may have about what's going on. Yeah, anything at all. Anything. No, I don't care. I'm not going to get that offended over anything. There's, so what do we got? Jaw jacking AMA. That's right. That's where we're at right here now, people. I don't know if we're having the stuff from our people on YouTube being piped in. How do you pronounce GIF? It's GIF. Graphic Interchange Format. Graphic GIF, not GIF. GIF is a peanut butter. All right. Got two pairs of socks. That's good. What was the highlights of Mile High? Well, actually, I think it was my Rock'em Sock'em Sock socks that we created. I think that was pretty cool to finally get that. The Hacker Family Feud was fantastic, and as always, the Mechanical Bull. I always love the Mechanical Bull. Mist asked, when are the videos? The videos will show up in resources by tomorrow. So each day, the resources will get the videos. We'll throw them up over there as well. On the topic of service accounts, put them in their own OU, and you can do some settings to try to protect them against curb roasting so they aren't as easy to crack. There's lots of articles on that, but you want to move them to their own OU, not in the user OU, and then put some password protections on those. Also make them really, really long passwords. Passphrases are good. Sleep number or
Hey,
purple?
John.
Purple?
Oh.
Yeah, Megan.
Sorry.
Yeah.
There's a question in Zoom. What certifications, in addition to Try Hack Me, Sec 1, and Sal 1, should I obtain to secure an entry-level cybersecurity job?
I would recommend they go look in resources, and there is a PDF in there with instructions on how to get our cert, our ACE-T core certification. If we can get that link in there, that would be awesome. You can look at it. It's posted by Zach Hill. And here's information on the ACE-T core certification. So yes, we have our own cert coming up on that as well.
Yeah. And I'll try and post it in Zoom too.
All right. That would be awesome. Hold on. I got to do something here. Too many things going in too many different directions. Keep the questions coming. Display brightness. There we go. And turn it on. After 1 minute. There we go. All right. So yes, you will get those videos. How do I exit Vim? Hit escape, shift colon, only one colon is necessary. WQ exclamation point, hit enter. Just get a new computer. Or you can use Nano, that's fine too. What's your go-to EDR in an air-gapped environment? I absolutely love Lima Charlie, but that doesn't work in an air-gapped environment. If you need to have just an EDR and you have an EPP, an endpoint protection product that's already in place, Velociraptor works really good in a pinch for an EDR that is air-gapped. So then you can run the existing EPP, which is approved by your ISM or your ISO, or possibly your DAA and PAA, your designated programming authority, and they would have an EPP that would be your antivirus that is approved. And Velociraptor, however, you will have to go through the low risk and approved software process that will vary from various SCIFs that you'll be utilizing on that as well. We're hosting a Backdoors and Breaches demo at RSA. Yes, you can. I would show up, but I would still reserve it. I think you can get it reserved on their app. I didn't get anything done on this. I was going to show you guys something really cool, and I got completely sidetracked with all the things that are going on. Fishbert, I've got something awesome for you. We have a playable version of competitive backdoors and breaches that I will demonstrate to you. It's an alpha right now, but all of our labs and everything will be tied into backdoors and breaches here shortly on that as well. What am I looking forward to most this year? I would say Wild West Hacking Fest in Deadwood is always there. I'm really excited to get back to Europe and see our friends out there. And I'm going to be hosting a couple of employees. We have a place down in Costa Rica and Samara. I know this sounds bougie as hell, and I'm not going to pretend that it's not. But the place down in Costa Rica is available to all of the employees at Black Hills Information Security. And I've been talking with a couple of employees, and I'm planning on meeting with them and their families down there, and maybe doing some surfing. So I'm really looking forward to that as well. So yes, we have this. It's not just executives; it's anybody that wants a place to stay can stay down there as well. If you aren't allowing 2FA, what's the most user palatable alternatives? Like getting into construction instead of computers. What is the best method? Stay disciplined and motivate while I'm learning. Oh God. So what I'm trying to do is fix that, right? With the idea of the Free Lab Fridays, we're going to be releasing a ton of different labs to the community as a whole. We're heading that direction. So basically what I want to create is little mini hands-on, just like the labs that you're doing here, to learn new tools in the community. And this becomes really important with AI as well, because AI is only as good as the prompts that you give it. So if you're trying to be effective with AI and you don't know what you're talking about, AI is going to be very bad. So the more that we can get people hands-on and doing things, the more that they're going to be effective in their jobs, regardless of whether or not they're using AI. So that is what I recommend doing, is we're recommending these labs to keep people sharp on a weekly basis as well. The hardest cert in cybersecurity, I think Brian nailed it, Megan. He said you're first. I think that that's 100% accurate. Very, very good. Any AI training for cybersecurity for professionals? We have a number of AI classes on the Antisyphon website that are created by Brian Furman and Derek Banks. Be sure to look at that. I think Bronwyn is creating one as well. So we have a number of AI classes that are coming down on there as well. Have you done Backdoors and Breaches as a web game? I have, Jamie. It's at play.backdoorsandbreaches.com. This is the traditional Backdoors and Breaches. Let me post this in as a response to your question. There you go. And you can do the full IR, the standard incident response game here, where we can play Backdoors and Breaches, and you can flip over the cards, and then you can roll D20 and do all of the things that you would do. Now, what I'm going to show you tomorrow, if I can get it set up on time, is I'm going to show you competitive version. And it's basically taking this and it looks way cool. So be on the lookout for that tomorrow. Pura Vida, for the Ticos that are out there. I'm happy to have you here. What else do we got? And by the way, Jamie, it is a web version and you can play against people all around the world. We're going to have lobbies where people can play it as well. The labs will be available as long as you need them, Apache Helicopter. If you want to do the labs tomorrow, you can. If you want to do them a week from now, you can. If you want to do them 2 weeks from now, they're available, and we have the full video walkthroughs for that as well. And as Brian pointed out again, after class today, we are going to have the news as well. Bougie. The competitive version is coming. It's in alpha right now. Most cybersecurity companies only deal with companies that can afford high-priced services. Are there any cybersecurity companies that deal with smaller ones? We actually are coming out with a service, continuous attack surface management and continuous external pen testing service. We've started up this service with our SOC customers first, but instead of paying for a full external pen test with a full report, it's just continuous pen testing throughout the course of the year, with automation and our continuous pen testing team behind it as well. Believe it or not, it's actually cheaper and easier to do it continuous than to do it one and done. But we are going to be coming up with a very affordable external pen testing service that'll be hitting here shortly as well. All right, more backdoors and breaches. We got free labs and webcasts. There you go. Do you think AI is going to take jobs in cybersecurity? It absolutely is. Let's go through and just be honest on level setting for artificial intelligence. The first thing that I want you all to know is that it's going to get real freaking bad real quick. I use an analogy of looms. You have always heard of Luddites, people that hate technology. They would roam around with sticks and they would break looms. And their argument was that looms were going to do a couple of different things. One, it was going to rob people of their jobs and the livelihood of creating fabrics. It did. They also said it was going to create suboptimal fabrics that aren't as good as the hand created ones. And they were right about that. But in that specific space, you had people that like fought, be like, I want to create it by hand. And they ended up getting other jobs. They had to, right? Looms pushed them out. And the people that learned how to use the looms, the people that learned how to service the looms, there was a whole new series of jobs that were created, right? The same thing happened with math, believe it or not. If you look at math, you can go all the way back to the 50s and 60s. You pretty much used a slide rule. And with a slide rule, and if you were in school, if you tried to use one back in the 50s and 60s, you would get your hand slapped many times by a slide rule for cheating because a slide rule was considered cheating. Then calculators came out, and that would be like late 60s, 70s, and really got in prevalence in the early 80s. And once again, schools were like, well, we're not going to allow you to use calculators because you're not always going to have a calculator in your pocket. It's like, you're right. I'm not going to have a calculator in my pocket. I'm going to have this magical box in my pocket. Then they had graphing calculators, TI-85s, and it kept progressing, and this always became cheating. If you're looking at AI, it's just another click in the wheel. And if you're looking at what's going to happen in the future, I'm going to go through a couple of different things. One, people that don't embrace and start using AI are going to be out of jobs. Sorry, it's true. The people that have the skills for using AI are going to get and do amazing things, which brings me to the companies, right? Companies right now think that AI is going to replace all of their junior analysts, and they're wrong. That's not 100% certain at all. And if you're looking at many companies, they're looking at AI to take what they're doing and reducing their costs. They want to keep doing what they're doing and they're going to reduce their costs. Whereas other companies are looking at AI as a tool to enable their employees to become far more effective. And I give you two companies to think about. The first company is a company that's using AI to do what they're doing, but cheaper. And the other company is going to take AI and take what they're doing with their people, their creativity, and push it further. Which of those companies is going to go out of business faster? The other thing I want you to think about whenever it comes to AI is I want you to think about all of the SaaS services that your company uses. All right. Don't want to name any names, but there's a whole bunch of SaaS products out there that are absolute garbage, and they're charging people thousands of dollars every year for a really crappy SaaS product. Every one of those SaaS products can be replaced by a competent engineer in about a week and a half to 2 weeks. Let me re-say that. Every one of those crappy SaaS products that your companies are using can be replaced by a competent engineer in about 1 to 2 weeks. What does this mean? This means that there's going to be a massive SaaS apocalypse coming up, and it's going to hit everybody. As soon as Booz Allen Hamilton, Northrop Grumman, and all these big companies realize that their SaaS services that they're paying for can be replaced by their individual like development teams, it's going to happen, and it'll be tailored specifically for those companies. And what that means for you and me and everybody in this industry is you're no longer going to have this collapse of services into cloud providers. You're going to have an explosion of really mediocre code that is created by AI and a number of different teams all over the world. This creates job opportunities for all of us. So the things that I'm telling you in this class are absolutely applicable, because the more you know about these different things, the more you'll be able to communicate and set context for your AI. That's number one. And number two, look for the companies that are the pushers. Look for the companies that are going to be pushing the envelope of what can be done, because those are the companies that are going to be in business as well. Zoom question, Megan just put in. I'm brand new to all of this, and the first time I've ever taken a class with Antisyphon. It's been great. Thank you. A little over my head. That's fine. But I have enjoyed it. We're going to come back around again in a few months and do it again. And it's recorded. All I saw was a browser was needed for this class, but D helped me get situated and answered all the questions I had because he's awesome. Made the class less stressful and answered all my questions in Discord. He showed a lot of patience and appreciated as a newbie. I just want to let you know that he's awesome. He is. And the rest of the team is too. Like Megan and Brian and all the people that are here are just great to work with on that as well. So, all right. All of our classes are downloadable. That's what we're doing. All of it is downloadable. There we go. Well, I'm gonna have to read that AI takeover. I might have read that one. Kimberly can fix it. I might have read that one already in the industry. So, all right. So I need a few minutes before the news. So we're gonna cut the. I think that's the one that got me. Is that the one where he talks about the new frontier models coming from Anthropic and stuff, and just how much like they're not just a little better, they're like evolutionary better. Yep, that's the one that got us rolling. My wife and I were really into that as well. All right, everybody, we're gonna take it out. Thank you so much for your time. I will see you bright and early. I've got to get some food. I got to get blood sugar going in here. I'm kind of running a little bit low, but you know what helps my blood sugar? Low sodium V8. Anytime I get low, I always get down on low
Yes,
sodium V8.
tomatoes.
And got to get that, and then also instant decaf coffee. So with that, if you guys want to give me about 45 minutes, and I will see you in the news in just a little bit. Thanks again, everybody. We'll see you in the next class.
All right, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. We will be back. Hopefully my internet isn't cutting in and out. But we will see you guys tomorrow around 12 Eastern time. So enjoy your evening and hopefully catch your news. All right, Daryl, go ahead and kill it with fire. Have a good night, everyone.